How about that? There we go. Okay, I think you can hear sound now. I think. Uh, yeah. The sound wasn't connected, but I think it is now. Yes, sound. Excellent. Okay. Let us go to there. There we go. Anyway, sound. Hello. So we get to start today with this puzzle. We're going to do. Yeah, LMD is down, apparently. That is what I am told, Selena. We're going to do this puzzle. So this is the most voted for puzzle. Supporters get to, at certain levels, get to vote for what puzzle we start with. So this is the puzzle that we've done. This is the, I think, only puzzle we're going to do today because we're going to do the inaugural pencil puzzle setting stream after this. So we are going to at least attempt to make a pencil puzzle. So we'll see how that goes, but that's the intention. But first, let's do this puzzle. So this puzzle is voted for by David, Plonktime, David, Josh, Ambrose, Luda, Doomdiat, and Paulfly. Thank you all for your support, and hopefully you enjoy this. I'm looking forward to this. So Jaze is a setter who I know fairly well. I should say I don't know the person very well, but I know their puzzles very well because they set for Sudoku Adventures a lot, and I do have done a great many Sudoku adventure puzzles, so I know somewhat of their style. I've not done that many 9x9s by them. This might be the first one, actually, that I've done by them, but certainly not in the first 10 puzzles I've done by them. So we are going to do this, so this should be interesting. This was on Cracking the Cryptic at some point, so I added this to the bucket intending to do it immediately, and then Cracking the Cryptic did it immediately, so then I waited a bit, and then it became the most voted puzzle, so that we do it now, as is so often the case. So we have a bunch of lines in the grid, and the digits at the end of each line are the same. Oops, I don't know why I did that. The digits at the end of each line are the same, and they indicate exactly how many unique digits are on that line. So I think that means because these two are the same, there must be one unique digit on this line. Uh-oh, now my keypad's not working either. There we go. And so I think we get some ones right away just from reading the rules. So let us bring in Zachary. Boop boop doop. Woo! Boop boop doop. Wah! Boop boop doop. Wee! Ba-doop boo-doop 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 boo-doop. Wah! Thank you. Thank you, Zach. Similarly, I think we know that these are both twos. Because there can only possibly be two digits along this line. This number we certainly know is at least 5. Okay, this number is pretty restricted if you look at it, because these 5 are all different. And in fact, yeah, these 5 are all different. And so it's either 5, 6, or 7 are the only possible answers there. Likewise, these 5 are all different, so this one can only be 5 or 6, depending on whether these are the same or not. It's not obvious to me whether it's 5 or 6. It depends on whether this number is exactly in that cell or not. Because if this number is exactly in that cell, it will be 5. Otherwise, it will be 6. Let's see. Are there others of these? Let's see. This one's at least 4, but then there's a whole bunch of other places. I see that this one can't possibly be 9 for a couple reasons, one of which is there's a given 9, and the other of which is that this digit definitely appears there. So I don't quite know what to do with that yet. I guess this one is 2 or 3 only, right? There can't only be one digit, but there can't be as many as 4, so this one is definitely 2 or 3. Hey, Nell, how are you doing? Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Yeah, I suspect it's going to turn out that this one's going to be like some really small numbers. I mean, it's certainly at least 3. Yeah, am I supposed to do something more intelligent up here? So I know the 1 and the 2 are down here. Why is that showing up in red? Oh, because the 1 and the 2 aren't down here because I'm a doo-doo head. Those are the 2 is down here and the 1 is down here. That's why. Thank you, Sven, for attempting to save me there. So there's exactly 1, 2 on the line. There are exactly 0 1s on the line for whatever it is worth. Oh, yeah, and this one, Paul Fly points out, that one's certainly not 1. And that one's certainly not 2, I agree. I was more excited when the 1 and the 2 went here, but that's certainly not happening. I do agree. The answer is certainly not 3, but it's certainly not 9. Because there's exactly 1, 2 on the line. That's how I know this isn't roped. Yeah, Paul Fly kind of wants you to mark it as 4 through 7. My 100% sure it's not 8. I admit I have absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to be looking for here. Like, things like marking that things can be, like, from a bajillion digits doesn't seem useful to me. Like, admittedly, I sort of started it. But maybe I'm hoping to find, like, a weird quintuple or something somewhere. I don't honestly know what it is I'm even trying to do here. Right. The bulb is 3. The bulb is on the line 3 times. And so that's why it can't be more than 8. So, or sorry, it can't be as many as 8. Because this digit definitely shows up in there. Yeah, I did that math wrong. So this is certainly 4, 5, 6, 7. For whatever it is worth. I kind of want to like say something like, oh, these are 8 different digits, so something about the sum of these, but I don't think that's gonna work at all. But is there anywhere where I could try adding these together and have that make some sort of coherent sense? I'm not sure that there is. Let's see if I'm looking for the like can I do any Sudoku with any of these? The 5, 6 is like, am I supposed to like break the case where it's 5? Because the case where it's 5 is so specific. But it doesn't look great to me. In terms of what to do with this. Let's see. Am I supposed to ask, like, where are 1 and 2 in this row? Because they can't go in circles, for sure. None of these circles can be 1 or 2. Maybe that one technically can be? But yeah, maybe I should actually pencil mark that this is certainly at least 4. And at most... yeah, I bet it's row 6. This is at least 4 and at most 7. This is at least 5 and at most 8. This is at least 3 and at most 5. So if I ask myself, let's see, what about this one? This one is at least 3 and at most 5, right? So yeah, so if I ask myself, like, where are 1 and 2 and 9, I almost get there in this row. Almost. Not quite, but yeah, but we're sort of getting somewhere. Oh, by the way, I should probably mark the opposite ends of this when I go ahead and actually mark these things. So that one I think is also 3, 4, or 5. That one is also 5, 6, 7, or 8. This one is also 4, 5, 6, or 7. And yeah, 2 can't go in either of these places, so 2 is in one of these two. 1, unfortunately, we don't get any Sudoku help on 1. Let's see. So is it obvious that this can't be 8, I guess, is a good question. Because if this can't be 8, then that is a good thing to notice in terms of what it means. So if this were 8, I really don't see why it can't be 8. Yeah, I do not see a reason why it can't be 8. If it does, this is either 5, 6, or it goes there. Okay, yeah, okay, so like this would go in one of those two places. This would go in one of those two places. Did I just miscount and this can actually be 9? 1, 6, 7. No, it can only be 8. Fuchsia points out we actually have 7 circles from 3 to 8, which is only 6. So we might be able to color and find a duplicate by looking at these. So that seems reasonable. So like these can be blue. I definitely know that this isn't blue. So that one can be green. This one is not blue or green, so it can be orange. I don't think I know that this isn't blue. I know that this one's not blue, green, or orange, though, for sure, because it sees all of blue, green, and orange and values. So that one can be yellow. Let's see. Okay, so this one is not blue or green or yellow, and it's not orange because it's not a 2 or a 3, so I can give that one a color. Let's see. This one isn't any of the colors because it's not orange and it just sees all the others by Sudoku, so it can be purple. And so I think that okay, this one can't be anything either. If you just look at it sees everything, right? It sees it sees blue, sees green. Yeah, the so this is like the 7th of 7, right? Because I have run out of colors over here, so this can be, I don't know, like sky blue or whatever. So if you now look at that, that is 7 different numbers in 7 different colors. And so therefore, as Tristan says, orange has to be 2. There's no way around orange being 2, because otherwise I have 7 different numbers that have no 2s in them and are at most 7. Or sorry, are at most 8, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, right. That's only 7 numbers. If I remove 2, then it doesn't work. So those are 2, and that means these 2 are the same digit. I can invite some ketchuping in here for that purpose. And this has to be one of those colors. It's definitely not sky blue. It's definitely not green. It's definitely not purple. It's definitely not yellow. So these are either red or they are, they're either red or blue. But they're actually not red because it's being pointed out by the same logic of the 2. The red is also definitely an 8. Because if we don't use 8, none of the others can actually be 8. Okay, and so now this one is assuredly not green, red, purple. It's assuredly not green. It's not red because of what it can be. It's not sky blue because it sees it by Sudoku. It's not yellow because it sees it by Sudoku. So it's purple or blue, I guess, is the point. Oh, no, it's this end sees purple. So it's not purple because this end sees purple. So this just is blue. This is regular blue, which means that regular blue is 5. There we go. Which now means that yellow is 6. Okay, so these aren't 5 or 6. These aren't 5. These aren't 5 or 6. And so now we've got... wait. How do I have a 3 or a 4 and a 4 or a 7? That doesn't sound right. Oh, no, I've got a 4-7 pair, right? I've got a 4-7 pair, and so that means green is 3. Because remember, we knew all of these were different. That was our plan. And these 2 are indeed a 4-7 pair. Okay, so the 6 in this box definitely is in one of these 3 cells because the 6 does not appear on the line, which is a little bit perhaps disappointing. I know there's a 5 up here by Sudoku. Let's see. 2s. Let's see. The 2s are orange, I guess, if I want to continue the coloring. This is a 2 just by Sudoku. Boop-a-doop-a-doo, boop. That is a 2 just by Sudoku. That is a 2 just by Sudoku. So that is a 2 by Sudoku, following my pencil marks from before. And so that is a 2 by Sudoku. And is the last one. Okay. Okay, so let's see. What else can we do? 5 is just placed here by Sudoku. That is another good thing to do. So we've got that. So there's a 5 up there somewhere. Yeah, so I know there's light blue, other blue, and orange are some of the colors that are on this line. For what it is worth, I'm at some point might contemplate whether red is a naked single or not. It might be. Because one of these is definitely 8, just for what it's worth. Oh, where does 8 go in this box? Oh, 8 in this box goes in one of 2 places, right? Because 8 can't repeat on this line, because the fact that this is 8 means this line has no repeats. This line has all but 1 digit on it. Do I know what digit isn't on this line anywhere? Yes, purple is the digit that's not on this line anywhere. So if you look at this, this has 8 different digits on it, except none of them are purple, which means it has to have every other digit on it. In particular, it has to have a 6 on it. And if you look at it, this is the only place that 6 can go. So now the light blue definitely goes in one of these two. For what it is worth. Laura says this is a naked single if I fill in this column, so let's do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, not 5. 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. So this is a 4, 7, or 9, but it sees a 4, 7 pair per Laura, so that is a 9. Very good spot. Okay. Interesting coloring nonsense with the 4 7s. But remember, I said I know one of these two is the blue 4 7. Because I know the blue 4 7 has to go on the yellow line because the purple 4 7 doesn't. So one of these two is the blue 4 7. That means that 4 7 is purple, which means that 4 7 is the light blue one. Which now assuredly tells me that this is not 7. Because if I count, this would only be 7 if it had no additional repeats. And so now it actually is most 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so this is now a 4, which means that's now 7. There we go. So we've got all of that. These are digits. Let's see. I think I can now, just sven them in, or mark them in, I guess, perhaps. What about this row? 3, 6 with a 1. Let's see. What else do I have to put on here now? Because I now know that these are a quadruple, right? Because I know there's no 4 on this line anywhere. I don't have a 1 yet. I've got a 2. I don't have a 3 yet. I'm never going to get a 4. I don't have a 5 yet. I've got a 6. I don't have a 7. And then I've got the 8 and the 9. So these are a 1, 3, 5, 7. If you look at it, which makes these an 8 and a something. 8 and 9, right? These are 8, 9. So we've got all of that. So if I look at now, I now know there's an 8 in one of these two cells. It's going to say something that was not correct. Let's see. Oh, right. The 4 digits that are here are the only 4 digits on the line. And so Afraid Not and Emma have sort of outlined this. These are the only 4 digits on this line. And so that digit definitely has to be on the line in this box, and it's not therefore an 8. So actually that's 9 and that's 8. So that one is the red one. For whatever it is worth. Let's see. So yeah, one of these is the 1, 3, 6 that's up here. But who knows what the other one is. Oh, but remember, the 9 is here. There's the 9, and then there's the 1, 3, 6. Sorry, that digit is here. So these are from 1, 3, 6, 9, and that's not a 9. That's the point of all of this that we did that I then sort of lost track of. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pencil mark this. So it's only 1 or 8. Because these two I know are the same. Let's see. This digit definitely shows up on this line. I don't know if I can do anything with that yet. Yeah, the gray line's only repeats are the repeated 7s. Everything else on the gray line is different. So this digit, Emily points out, does not repeat, so it goes there. And we can safely ketchup X these because of that. Ah, 5 is just here by Sudoku. That might be an easy thing to see, in theory. Because I need a 5 in this box, and there it is. Okay, so now this 179 is over here, actually. Oh, no, sorry, it could be 1. Sorry, it could be 1. Well, this can't be 7 anymore, because the 7 in this box is now definitely in this column. Let me try and say this in the coherent way. So that's definitely not a 7 anymore. I can't imagine that is useful, but what are you going to do? This is not 7 because it must appear on the line in box 8. Oh, row 6, column 7. Right, sorry. Row 6, column 7. There we go. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, yes. These are the only 3 digits on this line. So, therefore, this one can't be 7 because it would need to show up in one of these. So, that one's not 7 ever. So, those are a 1-9 pair, and that is a 7. So, that's a 7. They can both get their coloring. This is 3 or 6, the other one. I know one of these is 1 or 9. One of these is a 5. I know exactly one of these is a 1 or a 9, I guess, is a weird thing to note. Do I know anything interesting about this digit? Well, it's definitely not 1, and it's definitely not 7. So this, oh, and it's definitely not 6 either, actually. This is a naked 4 if you look at it, because this needs to appear in one of these 3 cells as well, and just by marking it, it can only be a 4, apparently. And so that means that that's the 4 down there. And so this is the 1-9 over down here. So these are the same 1-9. They can be relish. Right. And so now where does 8 go in this box? 8 in this box is now here. So red circle, it turns out, is red, just like we drew it up. And so this is the other 1-9. That cell is also red. Let's see. These are a pair now of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pair. So this is not 6 anymore, I guess is the point. So let's see. So this is only 1 or 3, actually. And so that's a 1-3 pair in the row, which makes this 6 or 7, but it's not 7. So this is in fact 6, which makes that a 7, makes that a 6. I think we can probably get rid of the coloring rather than, the other way around, because I think this will be a little bit painful to fill in if I have to color everything in its own color. So we can just fill in that 3, that 6, and we can just dump in the rest of the pencil marks, and it's probably going to be fine. 7, 1, 3, 4, 5, 8, 5. That's a 1-3 pair, so that's a 7. That is an 8. That is a 1, 7. That is a 6. I put the 9 in the wrong place. 9, 4, 3. 1, 3, 9, 4, 5, 6. 8, 1, 9, 9, 1. 9, 3, 4, 9, 6. And then we have to break the deadly pattern here at the end by noting that there are 4 different digits, so that number needs to be on here, so that needs to be the 1. And there we go. That was a very cute idea for a puzzle. And the break-in was surprisingly complicated for the rule set. I was not anticipating at first that the rule set was going to require sort of considering all 7 lines at once. But that was very cute. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to come back, and we're going to attempt to set a pencil puzzle. We will see how that goes, but we're going to try. So I'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back. Oops, there we go. I have draft of rules here. I have sample grid. Oh, I bet I can scoot the grid so that it fits slightly better if I can find it. What layer it is. I think that's the layer that it is. Will that? No, that's not the right layer. There we go. No, that's not actually doing anything. Oh, maybe it's actually doing something actively harmful. Oh, that's doing something actively harmful. No. No. There we go. I think that is the right one. There we go. Just so that you can see the whole grid. I'm not 100% convinced that this is this program I'm going to want to do this whole thing in, but might be. We'll see. Okay, you can see the... Oh, oops. Okay, well, the thing is slightly not the right size, but we'll make do, but I can shrink this. Let's see. How willing am I to shrink this just slightly? I have a feeling I'm going to make Tristan's job way worse when he goes to this. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, Tristan. Okay, so yeah, this is intended to be classic pentagonist. This is not intended to be anything else. Only orthogonal touching is disallowed. So we have to here simultaneously, this is the goal at least, simultaneously divide the grid into pentominoes and also draw a loop through the grid in some snazzy way that meets this weird condition. And so there's a whole bunch of different ways to phrase the border condition, but let me just sort of draw an example if you've never seen this before. So here are two pentominoes, for example. And so we're drawing a loop. So first of all, the loop has to only visit each pentomino once. So for example, I definitely can't do that. But I can't do that because now I've visited this pentomino twice. So that's right out. But also if I do this, then now these two cells that each touch this cell, or these two cells, they each have to be visited by the loop because, and the way I've worded this in the rules, there's a million ways to do this. I'm deciding if I like setting it in Sudoku Maker or Penpa better. So there is a chance that I am going to say screw this at some point and switch to Penpa, but I am someone who hates every new technology with a passion by default, so I'm forcing myself to use Sudoku Maker probably beyond where I should until I'm comfortable enough to know when I should use Sudoku Maker instead of something else. I don't think you can plausibly use F puzzles for this. I could plausibly use Penpa for this. There are various things, so we can sort of figure this out. But anyway, so I'm trying this, but I'm fully aware as I try it that it may turn out to be ridiculous. This is also something that I could basically set in Sudoku Pad, so I might end up setting it in Sudoku Pad. I'm not too concerned about it breaking near the end, because the reason why is because I can always add black cells to the grid that aren't visited. So if I need to, I can like carve off some portion at the end so that it works out in some coherent fashion. I will say I've experimented with versions of this puzzle for months now, with various different versions of the rules. This is my first time trying this exact rule. So we'll see how it goes. I may or may not end up liking it. But we'll try it. So one bonus of this version of the rules versus the others is that I've tried is that it does not require you to know the names of the pentominoes. So like one of the things that's sort of ominous about pentomino puzzles is that a pentomino or each pentomino has some letter name, and usually the clues are that. So if someone writes an N, you have to decide which pentomino an N is, and as it happens, it's this one. I have finally internalized them, but I don't super love that being a price of entry, and I don't think it's strictly necessary for this puzzle. So I'm going to try and avoid clues that are the names of pentominoes. We'll see. As I said, I've made a bunch of different versions of this sort of as ideas, but anyway, yeah, F does not look like an F. And most of them kind of, you can see how they would decide that that was the letter, but also it would not be the letter that you would probably choose if someone were to ask you. So the first sort of interesting thing that I thought about is that there's a lot of stuff that you can play around with in terms of putting numbers in this upper left corner. And so, and that's because of the fact that loops and corners interact interestingly. So for example, if I make this a 5, it guarantees that every cell in the pentomino is visited because it's going to be a pentomino. And so I'll be guaranteed that the loop does that sort of automatically. But that is the final version of this puzzle is never going to be from Sudoku Maker. The final version of this puzzle is definitely going to be done in Penpa because Penpa lets you import grids, and dashed grid lines are just much nicer for the solver. So that's sort of what I was thinking, but then I was thinking about, okay, but I think I can get a lot of that actually if instead of making this a 5, if I make this a 4, I think I still know a bit. So if this is unvisited, then I know that both of these cells are visited, right? Because if this is unvisited, then this cell is either in the same omino, in which case it's visited, because everything except that cell is visited, or it's not in the same omino, in which case it's across from an unvisited cell, so it's visited. And so this cell and this cell are always both visited. I guess I should probably add shapes so that I can make a thing. So yeah, we can do a circle. There we go. So usually in the process of making a country, or in the process of solving a country road puzzle, usually you use circle for this is definitely visited by the loop. So these two cells are definitely visited by the loop, and that's kind of cute, and that's as far as I've made it in the process of thinking about doing this with this rule set myself. So what can we do in this rule set with the fact that both of these are visited by the loop? Now, I think this gets a little bit... I think this deduction is much less cool if I then proceed to put a clue in either of these cells. So I would rather not put a clue in either of those cells because the deduction sort of is based around the fact that you don't actually know if this is in the same pentomino or a different one. So if I clue one of these cells, then I'll definitely know whether it's in the same pentomino or a different one. But let's see. Yeah, the row 2 column 2 clue is a natural one to put. For example, I think a 1 clue here does an enormous amount of damage. I believe. It might do too much damage, in fact. Yeah, that might be too much damage, actually. but we can try it and figure out what would happen if this were a 1. Uh, or yeah, that might be too much. I'm sort of curious if there's something I can put over here that would be interesting now, given that that has been visited. The thing is, visited cells are always a little bit tricky in. Okay, so let's see. So yeah, there's sort of like at this moment, there's a whole lot of flexibility in terms of what this shape might look like. The world where this is unvisited is pretty open. The world where this is visited, I guess, is also a little bit open. Yeah, I do kind of want to like experiment with 1s. I'm trying to decide if like a 1 up here or down here is enough to do something interesting. But I'm not quite sure. I could also go the other way and put a 5 or another 4 or something of that sort in the in one of the corners, or sorry, in one of these sort of 3 spaces that are sort of natural to try to clue. The circles are country road notation for that we have deduced that the loop definitely visits both of these cells. So these are just sort of solver marks. They're not setting marks. Accepting that you solve something or set something by solving it, I think, is the punchline. Okay, but the 4 clue here forces both of these to be visited, which is why I thought it was interesting. Of course, one could also like try adding additional kinds of clues. Like one could add like a given bar. So I think someone in chat, I think Nell was saying that the first pentomino puzzles I think only had clues where you just needed to sort of fill in the pentominoes based on the sizes, or sorry, based on bars between things. Let's see. I could clue both of these, and that will create some interesting tension. So if I even just put question mark, that maybe forces a little bit. Oops. I did not mean to do that. No, that's not what I wanted. I was trying to do question mark and question mark. There we go, like that. As a sort of forcing a bar here. Something like that. And I'm not necessarily, when I put a question mark there, saying that I'm going to leave it in the puzzle as a question mark. I might. I'd have to write that into the rules, of course, if I was going to do that. But the question mark just meaning any pair of clues I put here forces that dividing line there. Is interesting. Okay. So here's an interesting one. If I make that a 1, I think that starts to do interesting things. So if I make this actually a 1, I think now there's no way you can visit this cell because it would. Oh no, I was going to say because it would be a corner, but that's not true. Sorry. It would not be a corner because I could sort of run across here and then turn down and have the one omino go that way. So there is actually some still flexibility, even if I do make this a 1, which is a little bit crazy. So even if I go with sort of the most extreme possible clue here, I think it's sort of forcing, or I think it's not actually as forcing as I would expect it to be. If I just make that a 1, is making this a 1 at all powerful? Let's just try that. We'll just try the easier one. Let's say if we make this a 1. Yeah, if this is a 1, it can still be visited, is I guess the tricksy part here. If it's unvisited, then of course we get this sort of corner turning down, and we end up sort of in this sort of situation where we've got sort of a whole little. In fact, if this 1 is unvisited, it completely forces all of that, which is interesting. I think that's interesting, isn't it? But that's only if the 1 is unvisited. If the 1 is visited, then oh, can I do that? I bet I can. Only centers. Fill color. There we go. Yep, I can make the fill of the circles transparent. I think. Oops. There we go. Okay, so now I think if I draw this line through here, now, yep, does that. Okay. I don't know where my 1 went. I was sort of toying with a 1 there, but then it went away. Let's see. So there's some number here that is interesting or forcing. Yeah, with the 1. Yeah, I was talking about the 1, and it went away not through any deliberate action of mine. So if this is visited, it definitely. So I talked about the world where this is unvisited. In the world where this is visited, again, I have to have the path cross through here. Because if it doesn't, then the 1 can't grow, and it needs to grow. So there's sort of 2 very specific worlds here. One where this crosses and then immediately leaves, and the other where we've got this sort of pentomino or this sort of P pentomino shaped bit of path going on. But that's not quite it's not quite telling me the thing that I would like to know. I feel like part of this is that my brain just doesn't quite know how to parse or how to use knowing that these 2 cells are visited in some interesting way. Let's see. So I guess like the fact that this is visited tells me one of these 2 is definitely visited. For sure, I guess, is perhaps interesting. Perhaps. Let's see. Is there if I make this a 5, I don't think that's at all restrictive. If I make this, let's see. And I don't think adding the symmetric 1 down here, I don't think does anything, because I think those 2... Actually, those 2 are not independent, right? So if I do put a 1 down here, if this is unvisited, it makes this visited and vice versa. Because again, if this is unvisited, it forces that. Now, them both being visited still seems plausible to me. I think. Oh no, them both being visited isn't possible because it breaks the 4. I think, right? Because again, if this is visited, remember, it necessarily looks like that. Where did my transparency go? Oops. Fill color. I thought it was transparent. I can just make the circles way smaller. I think it just hasn't reapplied the circles that were there. I think when I now add them, it will do that. Okay, well then I should not make them tiny. Okay. We can delete that one and add. Oops. No. We can delete that one. Delete that one. Make these big, and then add. Okay, that's very weird, but that works. Anyway, this breaks because there's no way that this 4 is correct now, because the 4 has to connect to one of these. And so if this is part of it, then definitely the 4 is 3. If this is not part of it, then I somehow have to connect down. Yeah, if this is out, then then that's a corner and it's at most 3 in size. Okay, so this is a perhaps somewhat convoluted setup, but the punchline here is that exactly one of these ones is visited and one of the ones is unvisited. Now, what on earth am I going to do with that? That is a fantastic question that I have absolutely no idea what the answer to is. But we have a visited, unvisited pair amongst these. So this is definitely visited, right? Because as soon as one of these is unvisited, remember, we always get that this is visited. That's true. And the so in fact, actually, we always get this now. That part of the loop is always in for that. So at least part of this is part of the 4. Because I think. Well, one of these two is definitely part of the 4. I stand by that. Paulfly says this breaks. Right. I guess I should draw those in. Right. Of course, the 4 needs to take this cell. Right. Because this is always part of the 4. And in fact, actually, basically every pentomino that goes through here now has to take this cell. So right, so this pentomino is definitely a P in some direction or another. Let's verify the claim that this is always broken. So we can say it goes that way and doesn't go that way and goes that way. And try and see why it is felt that this is always broken. Yeah, now the row 3 column 1 is broken. That is good. Okay. Oh, right. I don't actually know. I drew in these lines like I know they're there, but I don't have to know they're there, right? This could be unvisited. And it could be that this is the one that is visited, right? I guess that breaks in a weirder way if I now try to do this. Because now my 4 has to go here, and yeah, that sort of forces this to leave, right? Assuming that this circle is still correct. Yeah, the circle's still certainly correct because the 4 definitely can't take one of the 1s. Okay, so that was a long way of discovering that this pair of clues does not actually work. Which is okay. So can go back to before we had that. Think about what happens if we use 2s instead of 1s. I'm worried that a 1-2 is going to force someone to bifurcate a lot, because the reason why I was okay with 1-1, because the 1 is fairly bifurcaty, but it's bifurcaty in an interesting way if you get to use it twice. A 1 and a 2, I don't want someone to then have to bifurcate what the 2 ways the 1 could look like are. Necessarily, unless we can sort of somehow sort of cleanly communicate it. I guess it's worth just the intellectual exercise of asking ourselves if this breaks or not. Just by asking. So these 2 are definitely both visited. The 4 assuredly takes this cell. So these 2 are definitely in the same pentomino. And again, that's just always true as soon as I put a clue in both of these cells, because of the fact that that it can't take that cell or that cell. And so in order to get to 5 cells, it just always has to take that cell. So that's maybe a more elegant place to start when talking about this, is that these are always part of the same pentomino. Even if I actually just make this anything and just make this anything, that's still true. So that's sort of worth sort of contemplating before putting any additional values. I know that's part of the yellow. Okay, and so now I think Emma is claiming that if I put a 1 here, that this has to be part of the 4. Is that the claim? Because let's try and verify this, that if this is a 1, then right. If this is part of the 1, then it definitely does that, so that doesn't work. So actually a 1 there does force that the yellow is there, and so this is definitely a fresh pentomino over here. Okay, I agree with that, and I like that. That's all good. Now, let's see. I'm trying to ask questions like, do I know that this can't be yellow or has to be yellow or anything like that? If this is unvisited, I know it's green. Do I know this is always visited now? I think I know this cell's always visited now. Oh yeah, I definitely know this cell's always visited now. because yellow only gets one unvisited cell, and if this is unvisited, I can't get to 4 visited cells in yellow, right? So this cell's now definitely visited, just by that now, uh, which is cool. Uh, uh, let's see. Okay, so that's always visited. And that's not quite going to force that these always connect. Uh, so you're saying if yellow does this, can this stay unvisited? Uh, the problem with that, Josh, is that if yellow does this, one of these two has to be visited by country road rules. Uh, and whichever one it is forces that one to be visited. Yeah, that's sort of the beginning piece here. I mean, if I just put any clue here, it forces yellow to always take that cell, which is probably a good thing to do to sort of create a lot of structure into this world. If I just put a clue here, it's maybe not necessary, but it sort of feels like that would do a lot in terms of forcing this, because it would start giving us a lot of stuff to play with. Now, Emma was saying they believed that this cell definitely had to be visited because of the no repeat visits rule. Okay, so why can't it do that? Oh yeah, it can't do that because then yellow definitely doesn't finish, right? Uh, right. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that is definitely true. Yeah, this is definitely visited. Because if this is unvisited now, yellow has to go uh down through here. Uh, if this is unvisited, now you get this shape, and this shape is definitely broken. Uh, the two corners definitely is the most elegant way. Yeah, if this is unvisited, uh, then both of these now, by virtue of having to be there, now just sort of force this, which is now definitely at most 3 cells in yellow. So yeah, so this is definitely now visited, which now actually means I get to do that. And I can strike out some of the circles that are now gratuitous. So we've got that. Let's see. So it's quite intricate already, even with these 3 clues, and thinking about this. Let's see. So yeah, so if this is visited, it's definitely visited from this side. So in the world where this is visited, that connection is definitely made, which will definitely make that yellow. I think yellow's always a P now, is it? I think it's now impossible that this isn't yellow. Oh, maybe this could go with this. Is this possible? I think this is still possible. Sorry. I think I keep missing that possibility. That in fact these two are part of the same omino. Yeah, the these join case is probably the more exciting one than the these don't join case. It's certainly more forcing. I guess in the these don't join case, sorry, in the this is unvisited case, I guess I should say, I guess I don't quite know quite specifically enough. I was thinking I could put a clue down in a cell that would force it to be visited, which would be quite interesting, but I don't know that I actually can easily place a clue that will force this to be visited. I mean, aside from like throwing down an extra question mark or something like that, which I don't really want to do. Let's see. Yeah, I can't make this also a 1. Let's see. Is there a way I can force these two to both be in the same pentomino? Because that would be an interesting world, right? If these two were in the same pentomino. I don't know that there's a way, but I kind of am interested in the world where these two go together. So I think that is in a way more interesting. This cell definitely connects to a yellow cell that is loop, right? Oh no, not necessarily. These could be the 4 cells that are loop. Right, I agree with that, Emma. Right, if this crosses over here, then it forces yellow to finish down here. The yellow's 4th cell has to be there. So yeah, the crossing here would be really interesting as a thing to force. Let's see. I can try the clue here and just see what happens. Oh, interesting. Martin says this this breaks if I do that because it forces that, and now that happens, and now this cell is either part of the loop or part of green because these are a loop green pair. Because of the 1, the way the 1 works is it forces green needs to escape one direction and the loop needs to escape in the other. So in other words, this cell is never yellow, nor can it be the continuation of this loop. And so therefore this cell is both yellow and the continuation of the loop, and therefore yellow is a 5 and not a 4. I agree with Martin about that yeah, the way the border rule works actually breaks this continuing this way. uh, breaks this continuing this way. Sorry, I had the wrong thing. Yeah, it's this continuing this way. Uh, uh, yeah, so it's if this is visited, then it forces neither of these things to be yellow. If this is unvisited, uh, then then we end up with this situation where yeah, things are there. Uh, uh, yeah, I mean, I agree that we've proven that this doesn't go that way in this setup, but I have to either convince myself that I think it's a reasonable deduction, or that we can add a clue to deduce it another way, or whatever. I'm not just going to the goal is not to just put everything into the grid that we're capable of deducing, because then that's going to make a not very good puzzle. So I'm sort of trying to say, like, was it a reasonable question to ask whether this could go right? Obviously, someone asked it. And do I understand, and is it cleanly a consequence of what we want that it's not actually possible for it to happen? Because if so, then I'm going to be pretty happy. But I have to convince myself that I think it is a nice thing to sort of think about. And I do think the way it works, understanding that when this is visited, it forces these to both be non-yellow. I think that makes a lot of sense. But I think there's a little too much messy geometry to keep track of the fact that this is going to break. Like I think the break is a little too complicated for my brain to say that actually breaks. But I'm willing to sort of entertain it for a moment and see what happens, because maybe we'll add another clue and it will become clear. In any event, that certainly, if we do that, that certainly forces this, which then makes this. Yeah, I'm gonna see if there's sort of an additional clue we add, and that if it makes that clearer or not. This now certainly unvisited, because if it's visited, we have all sorts of problems. I don't actually have a symbol for unvisited yet, but I can add a symbol for unvisited, maybe. Text. Can just make an X there to say that this is unvisited. For what it is worth. Yeah, but this may be a smidge too complicated to do. We might want sort of two clues at once or something to sort of force this. Like, I could certainly put a clue here and it would force a lot, and then I might be more clear how we got here in the first place, to some hypothetical solver. Let's see. Yeah, but this is a hair messier than I would like the sort of beginning of this puzzle to be. So let's see. What else can we do? Is there any way we can sort of salvage any of this? Let's see. Let's try putting a clue there. I don't know what clue, but we'll just try it, because then that'll make that be green over there. That'll make this be some other color. That will certainly make that yellow. Okay, this assuredly goes down because it can't re-enter yellow. These two are assuredly the same color, regardless of whether that is that color or not. This needs to be visited because it's across the border from an unvisited cell. This is... sorry, not that. Can delete that. I meant to say that is definitely visited. I don't need that anymore. I can delete that one. Right. If this is visited, we run into exactly the same problem. Martin points out if this is visited, it now stops green from growing. So this is also unvisited. I like that. Let's see. What else can we do? Let's see. Probably we can actually sort of we might be able to sort of like do a lot with green, actually. I'm not actually sure though, maybe not. Let's see. And there's some, we could always go back and give a value for this, this question mark as well. The value 2 would certainly force that that's yellow and this is unvisited. So that this being a 2 is kind of quite aggressively forcing if we look at it. We can try that. I'm okay with trying this being a 2. Because if this is a 2, it definitely forces this to be yellow because I can't take any more cells that are part of things. And now that needs to be unvisited, which means the line needs to leave there rapidly. Oh, no. This can't be blue now because this is definitely visited. Okay, this is starting to feel like maybe we're sort of forcing enough structure for this to make sense. This can't be blue because it's across from an unvisited cell, so it's definitely visited. And blue doesn't have any more visits. So we can make that light green. Blue will come down here. This will come over here. Like that. This cell's also going to have to be visited. No matter what we do. I don't, in fact, need... I don't need that one. This one I actually do need. Okay, this is getting spicy. Okay, so, do I know that blue definitely doesn't go here? If blue doesn't go here, I know that it that this cell is visited. Yeah, so yeah, these cells are both visited or blue, I guess is the way to think about this. So that is interesting. Yeah, if this comes this way, this has become a corner. Which is a little bit weird. I feel like this is going to want to be an I, but it's not necessarily going to be an I, depending on the nature and purpose of reality, or something like that. I do know that orange can't be a P. Yeah, so if this is clued at all, then it is immediately a corner, and so if you put various clues in it, it will force various things. So AFK is interested in this being a 2, perhaps. Uh, uh, if row 2, column 3 goes down, then row 3, column 3 is orange. Uh, right. Uh, because uh, the cell is green or loop always. And so if it's orange, then it's on the loop. So so that is a helpful thing to contemplate. Let's see at the let's try this being a 2. Because it forces blue there. It forces that there. Which of course forces light green there. It forces blue over to here, and blue is done. This now needs to get visited, so this comes over here. Yeah, we know there's loop in those cells. So I know that this loop immediately turns there. I just don't know which direction it turns from, but it turns from one direction or the other. Let's see. Yeah, I agree that that this definitely has a line going right. That is a good observation. Because, and the reason for that is because this is visited and it can't go up and down or the loop is done. So there's definitely a line going right there. So, like, there's all kinds of places I could put a clue now that would force exactly what happens with this, actually. Like, a 3 here would force that this does not include green, which would be interesting. Uh, this one, you mean? Yeah, it's possible this one won't work. Yeah, this is sort of the developing intuition phase of the making this puzzle. Uh, uh, Very perplexing. Yeah, maybe actually what I was saying was wrong, actually. I don't know that a 3 here prevents green from taking that cell, for example. Prevents green from taking this cell, I suppose, which would force green to take that cell. For what it's worth. Let's see. I like this deduction a lot. I'm not quite sure what to do with it yet. I'm also a little curious how, if we start with this this arrangement, how much nicer figuring out what's going on with the 1 and the 2 is. So I'm gonna sort of restart the puzzle from here just for a second, because I'm curious if I'm going to be happy or sad with the place that we are if I actually look at what we're doing. Because the way we got there was a little messy, but I sort of hoped that it would turn out that it wasn't actually too messy in practice if you did that. So give this a name. It certainly needs to take that cell, regardless of how the world works out. That is part of it. This is definitely some other thing. This is some third thing. Is now how that's going to work out. Right. Yellow now has to have that cell for sure, regardless of anything else. That's certainly true. This needs to escape down. This needs to escape right. I know at least one of these is yellow, if not both. Let's see. And so if this is unvisited, we get the double corner problem, which is not bad, because if this is unvisited, then we get this thing where it goes through yellow in 3 cells. So this has to be visited. So we get that kind of pattern. Yeah, this is definitely loop by virtue of its position in yellow. We just don't know exactly how yellow is going to get there yet. Row 1, column 4 is unvisited. Yeah, the right. Because if this is visited, there aren't enough directions for it to go, I think. Let's see. So I think the tricky spot before was that this going right breaks. And the reason for that is if this goes right, then the loop finishes. And I think that is a little bit more clear now because of this clue being this cell. Oh wait, is that even true? Could it go that way? Sorry, maybe it could go that way. Oh, but then that wouldn't be part of that yet. This is still messy. uh, I think, to say that this doesn't go right. Uh, uh, as far as I can tell, it's still a little bit tricky to articulate. Uh, I'm trying to even understand it again. So if this goes right, it certainly forces this to go there and then there. Uh, and then it makes that yellow. Uh, yeah, it does eventually sort of close the loop, I guess, is the way I'm seeing it. But yeah, you could see it as 5 cells in yellow instead. But yeah, it does close the loop. Uh, but it closes the loop in a pretty circuitous way that involves coloring this cell green. Uh, that is still messier than I want. Uh, so I kind of want to sort of contemplate maybe reorganizing the sort of the start here. Uh, oh yeah, this cell's definitely yellow. I agree with that statement. So it's not yellow, it's green, and then we've re-entered yellow. Does that make it easier? Uh, I guess that's sort of one step easier to say that this doesn't go this way. Because then if this goes this way, it sort of forces this there, and then we end up there. Yeah, yeah, if you say that, then yeah, it's a little bit nicer. It's not so bad. It's medium bad. This does help though. In terms of that. Uh, uh, oh yeah, okay. So Josh points out now actually it's easy to see that this being blue breaks actually is a nice thing, because if this is blue, now we definitely take at least 3 cells. So actually, okay, with Josh's observation that this being, so that is a different way than we went before, because before we didn't have a number there. But actually, yes, I like Josh's point, because yeah, if you actually ask what's now a natural question of is this blue, we couldn't answer it before, because before we did this independent of that. But actually, this just can't be blue. So actually, we did have what happen of this smoothed out considerably. And so now this has to come down. There we go. Okay, very nice. Okay, so this comes down. Now this is unvisited. And so that has to go there. This has to go there and there. And we end up with this. This is visited, so it's not blue. So it's part of some other region. So therefore that's blue, and therefore that's blue. Therefore that's orange. This is where the loop goes. That's unvisited. This is still unvisited because it would cause all sorts of problems. This needs to be visited though. So yeah, so that needs to be visited. That needs to be visited, and in fact, we actually know what the visit looks like, so there's no point in me even marking it, right? Because we know it has to look like that. And this line needs to extend because it can't go up or down, so it has no choice but to go there. And then this needs to grow that way. Is basically where we were, except that we had written some X's in those cells. Okay. Okay. The 2 clue makes this much nicer. to make it through that part. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this now. I mean, it's not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but it is at least doable. Oh, right, this needs to be blue. I haven't actually finished blue. Let's see. Hey, Sarah, how are you doing? Oops. That's not what I was trying to do. We are trying to corral some pentominoes with medium success. Okay, I think the black lines are a little too thick and a little too distracting. I can certainly thin them, or I can just not draw them at all. I think they're probably not necessary. I might just try it without them and see how it goes. I'm doing pretty well. I am enjoying trying to make this puzzle that I've been trying to make for forever. I've not been super successful at making the puzzle that I have been trying to make forever, but I'm enjoying the effort, at least, and the company. Yeah, these are both loop because of the nature and purpose of reality, because they're next to unvisited cells. This being green would be a little bit interesting. Let's see, if I put a clue here, is it going to force something interesting in green? Basically, what I'm looking at is I know that green is not a P shape. It'll force green to take this cell, right? I think if I put a clue here of whatever sort, I think now green has to take this cell. Oh, Martin says it's never green. If this is never green, then that's a problem for me. But if this isn't green, then definitely this cell is green and this cell is green, which means that cell is the one visited cell of green, but that's a problem because we've cut off that. So I think in this version, it's always, if I put that clue there, I think this is definitely green, because if it's not, green ends up trapping light blue. Actually, yeah, so then this cell ends up green for sure. This may break. And now light blue has to avoid being a P as well, for what it's worth. But this cell's certainly light blue in this universe, right? Because it needs to take that in order to get out. And now that cell's definitely orange. Okay, and so now this is going to force the shape of light blue exactly. This is probably going to break, but if it doesn't, it's very satisfying. Because now that's going to be light blue. Oh, I guess this cell can't be orange, right? Because if this cell is orange, we've gone from yellow to light blue to orange to blue, and the loop is done. So this cell can't be orange, so this cell has to be light blue. That cell has to be green. And we end up with this shape, and now that cell has to be green, because green can't be a P. So this is either great or horrible, because we've either succeeded or failed. So now this cell's definitely visited, and so we know that we end up with that happening, right? Because this gets visited once, and so it's got to be that cell that's visited. So that makes it not a mystery how blue works. Oh, Emma said Y. I'm not sure what the Y was to, though, unfortunately. Let's see. These both need to be visited. These both need to be visited. And so... Oh, it's broken. No, sorry. Those two need to be visited. Sorry. Those two need to be visited. So this one can't be blue because blue's already made its done. So this is now blue. So this is now orange. And that can't be orange because that would be a V touching a V. So now that's orange. This is unvisited, so that's visited. That's not the corner that AFK was talking about, though. This needs to be visited, and because of the shape of this pentomino, it can only get visited by that going there. Right, you can't re-enter green. I agree. I can delete some amount of circles. Okay, well, this kind of string of consequences is what I was hoping for. This is a corner. I agree. At which point I can delete that as well. Let's see, and we have two ends, but they're not touching each other, so that's all okay. I know this definitely doesn't go up. If I do put a 3 here, it will force that purple goes that way. I don't necessarily need to do that. Okay, well, that was a whole lot of stuff to all sort of fall into place at once. Okay, so like a 1 here or something would do a lot. Of course. Let's see. This 2 down here, it's worth sort of... Did we actually need this to be a 2? I don't think we've used that this is a 2. I think we've only used that this is a question mark, right? Oh, I like that AFK. I don't think we've used that this is a 2. I could be wrong. But I like AFK's comment a lot, actually. This being a 4... okay, I am going to mark, if Emma agrees, that this is only a question mark for now. Oops. Oops. That it is a question mark? Nope. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Okay, why is it not letting me write a question mark now? It will let me write a 5. Okay, let me write a question mark in the cage before. Computer says no, apparently. What on earth is happening? Like, I've put question marks in these things before. What the hell? Let's see. What if I do something really dumb and write a question mark and then copy paste it? Will that work? Oops, that's not what I want to do. Control C. Delete that, add that. Caps lock, num lock, shift key weirdness? Could be. Hey, Ambrose, how are you doing? Anyway, I'm going to add it and just put a 99 there, and we'll know that 99 means question mark. even though I literally have a question mark up here and it was done without any issue. Anyway, the whole reason why AFK's 4 is very nice is that if purple doesn't take this cell, then this loop is forced here, and purple is forced to be an N. So purple always takes that cell in this universe. And so purple could take this cell. And that would be okay, I think. Actually, if purple takes this cell, it does a lot of damage over here. Because if purple takes this cell, now that's unvisited. And now I end up with this whole like giant string of loop over here. Which is quite interesting. Let's see. Let me delete those two, by the way. We don't need them. We can let go of that piece. Yeah, so AFK was thinking of a 1 here in this cell because that would assuredly rule out the giant mess of this that one would get if purple came here. I agree with Emma. This cell's never purple because if this cell was purple, it's unvisited because purple is a 4, and now this cell has to be visited, but then that makes this visited. So this is never purple. So I like that. Is there any way we can use the fact that that is never purple? Yeah, we can just put a clue here, right? If I put a clue here, we can put our famous 99 clue here. Not necessarily if the loop does that, right? This just can't be purple. And so if I put a clue here and now ask where purple goes, it's not there. So purple has to grow here. And now purple is forced. And now we actually get sort of the opposite world where here, where now we're forced to do that. Oh, it does ruin the other not end deduction. That is true. It's okay. It probably breaks anyway. But yeah, I liked that. But yeah, maybe we need to not ruin the not end deduction because I did enjoy the not end deduction. Well, we still have two possibilities for whether purple takes this cell. Because purple's last cell now, it's not there. So purple's last cell is one of these two. So this cell's always visited. Is that a random nonsense statement? No, because it could be purple. If it's purple, it's unvisited. Never mind. I don't think that's true, Emma. I think if this comes up here, I think it's okay. Because purple... Oh, no, right. Because of this circle. Sorry, I'm not taking into account... the circle. because then purple will be 5, right? Okay, yeah. So the point is, but it can be that purple finishes here and that this is loop coming out of the end of this. So this doesn't have to be a corner. It just has to be loop. Okay. I am on the same page as Emma now. That this cell is always loop. Yeah, there's no circle rule. Sorry, there's no circle rule. The circle is just my pencil mark of keeping track of places that have to be loop. Uh, okay. Martin is correct that purple here now, I think, makes this cell unwinnable. Because if purple goes here, then we know that purple extends out that way, and now this is a cloister or dead end. No, cloisters are corridors. This is just a dead end. So that does not work. So in fact, actually, purple has to go here, which actually forces that, which now does force that whole razzmatazz over there. And this has to be visited. Let's see, AFK says you can't connect down. I don't think I see that yet. We're getting close to being afraid of making a mini loop, but we're not quite at making a mini loop yet. If that happens, we'll mark this is definitely a thing. I am trying to create a puzzle. A 1 here is now super forcing to reward all of that string. I mean, it may well break, but we can try a 1 here. Because that will now force that this is yellow and this is, I don't know, dark blue. And now dark blue certainly needs to take that cell in order to finish, but now it's obligated to take those two because nothing else can. And now this cell can't be blue because if this cell is blue, I break the yellow 1 because the yellow can't exit into blue. Because that would create a very mini loop. So the blue would actually have to finish there, which would then force that. Boop, boop, boop. So I think that is a relatively nice sort of reward for those things. So now we get assorted questions about what is the nature and purpose of the universe, where can these connect or do they have to not connect, and is there something interesting that happens if they do or don't connect, all that kind of stuff. I know these are not both yellow. For what it is worth. Row 3, column 8 must be loop. Hey, Ron, how are you doing? Can this not just be yellow and not be loop, Emma? It feels to me like this could not be loop if yellow did that. Uh, let's see. It's always a possibility, AFK. So I'm definitely looking forward to sleeping in tomorrow. I have not gotten enough sleep this week. Let's see. Yeah, I was trying to figure out if we could sort of box anything in up here. This puzzle is definitely going to be feisty. I feel like the. I mean, I guess to me it feels like this is much harder than Denver, and Denver is quite difficult because this is a 4, Ron, and so by virtue of being across from this unvisited cell, that has to be loop. Yeah, because of row 1, column 8. That is the concise version. The 99 clue is meant to be a question mark clue, except Sudoku Maker decided I can no longer make question marks, even though it let me make question marks earlier. So I don't have any idea exactly why I'm not allowed to make question marks anymore. But I just decided there was no chance that someone would look at a 99 and think that it was actually a 99. So that was why I made it a 99. I made the computer made. Yes, that is exactly what happened. Computers do not like me, famously. Okay. Yeah, the 1 here is certainly very powerful, but Sudoku Maker knows that I have done some questionable things in the past and is trying to stop me. That is fair. 99 Luftballon. Yeah, I also do not, but fortunately Tristan speaks German, so I suspect Tristan can spell it. I think the song is German, at least. Apologies in advance if it is not German. Okay. We have sort of this long hanging thread here that is kind of interesting. Let's see. We don't have any 5s yet. I definitely want some 5s. I mean, we have something that's visited by 5 cells, but we don't have any 5 clues yet. Yeah, both of these are a yellow loop pair is one of those things that my brain both appreciates and has a hard time processing. Let's see. We also don't have. There are also so many pentominoes that we do not have appearing in the puzzle yet. So it would be a shame to not have them all. For the W. Oh yeah, 5W for the W. Got it. Okay, yes. Row 6, column 6 seems like a good place for a clue. That is I have been intending to not allow that, Ron, only so the solver doesn't need to know the names of the pentominoes. If it turns out that that's super interesting, I might consider it. Actually, when I first started setting this puzzle, I actually did the exact opposite. I spent a long time trying to set this puzzle where I gave only pentomino clues and not country road clues. And then I also tried to set a version with a mix of both, and a version where you had to write them in. I've tried a bunch of combinations, and I'm not at all set on this combination. The only reason I like this one is because you don't need to know the names. The one version I thought was cool and that I might still make at some point was the grid. The only clues in the grid were circles, and into each circle you needed to write both the country road clue and the pentomino name, and then neither of those things could repeat in circles within a row or column. Yeah, the 5 can't be like an X or a T or something, but yeah, sadly, yeah, the 5s can be a lot of the things, sadly. Yeah, it can't be a Y. See, I'm trying to decide, like, is there some way to say that these connect or don't connect or something like that? Because that, if these are forced to connect, it might actually do a lot of damage in terms of what happens with this one. It might actually break if I try and connect these down, and this has to come down here. Because then this yellow loop thing, whether this was yellow or loop, would sort of be forced down a lot. Which did you miss? Oh no. You'd think I would have done enough of these by now. L. Oh yes, it is L. L is the answer. L is fiveable. I do agree that L is fiveable. Yeah, 8 out of 12, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a little bit sad. I will say, when I was trying to do it the other way, X clues are very powerful because they force lots of cells to be unvisited. It's a 5U pentomino curving around row 4, column 7. We might be able to. Like, I could put a question mark in both of these. That might force a lot. I mean, I guess in terms of, like, low clues are more likely to force things because low clues are the ones that put unvisited cells across borders from things. Let's see. Yeah, my allowed question mark again. Let's find out. Yeah, let's see. Can I am allowed question mark again. Let's try and make this a question mark. Let's see if that's allowed to be a question. Even that one's allowed to be a question mark. We're moving up in the world. I do agree, by the way, that this being a 2 is super interesting in terms of what it forced. Yeah, the computer is happy with me again. The computer finds this collection of colors pleasing, apparently. Even though it might be exactly the same collection of colors that was there previously. I'm going to take a real quick break just to stretch my legs for a minute. I will be back, and we will attempt to make it around the road. Fear not, I have returned. Uh, one thing that occurs to me is that we could like shove something in this corner and let it grow into this mess as a way of attempting to get stuff. Uh, like that, for example, I think is quite forcing. This probably should have been the thing I started with. So let's see if it might break here. I don't know. Can make that green and make that, sorry, that red and that green. So the country road trick that I always remember is that whenever you have a border like this, you always force this cell to be visited. Because I know one of these two cells is visited, and if that cell's visited because it's a corner, so is that one. So like this arrangement here means that this cell has to be visited, because if it's not, then we immediately get that. But this has to be visited somehow, and so then this would immediately give us that arrangement for what it's worth. I don't know if that's a little too potent. We will see. So if I make this a 2, it's actually quite powerful. I think. Might just immediately break. I'm not actually sure. Let's see. Because if I make this a 2, now I think this cell can't possibly be red. Because if it's red, it will certainly break the green. So... Oh, no, this definitely breaks. Sorry, this definitely breaks. You're right. Completely right. This definitely breaks. Right. Actually, already from here, the thing I was trying to make work already actually works. Emma is explaining. Because my point was, yeah, the thing I was going for was this is a green loop pair. And so this certainly can't be red, because if it's red, it's the loop part of the green loop pair, but now green and red have connected. So this is never red. So that means that red has to grow up here. For sure. This can be anything at once as long as it's not red. But also, not only that, the loop can't turn here either, because if the loop turns here, now we're in the loop side of the green loop pair, and that breaks too. So in fact, the loop has to come up as well. Going up through there. Yep, the great mini loop problem. I do love avoiding mini loops. Avoiding mini loops is one of my favorite like the loop logic puzzle things. So funnily enough, this cell... Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's an interesting... Yeah, so if I now make this question mark a 3, AFK points out, that's actually now enough to tell me that the red doesn't go up here anymore. Oh, the lower question mark. Well, it would also work for this red. Oh, maybe not quite, actually. Sorry. Maybe it would not, actually. Yeah, now I'm not. Now I'm not actually sure. I am sure that if this is a 3, then it certainly forces red to divert. Uh, uh, it is a good combo with the fact that in order to get here, you had to have done a lot of this logic and a lot of that logic. So we can try that. We'll see if this can be a 3. Uh, so the point is now red can't go up. Red, we said, couldn't go here. So red definitely comes here. The loop definitely goes up. This we said cannot be red, and it cannot be green either, actually. Because if it's green, it has to be loop now because it's touching a part that is not loop. So this is now loop, and so it's a new loop area. So we end up with that, and we end up with some green sort of coming down out of there. So we have that. There's no way that this can possibly be maybe it can just get away with it. I was wondering if there could possibly be a border here, because if there's a border here, it forces this out all the way this far because this becomes a V. And then so that forces the thing above it to be an I, but this could just get away with being an L. Oh, that breaks. I don't really want to use it, but that breaks. Because there would be a loop border or a loop no loop border issue. So red definitely comes to one of these two cells, and whichever one it is, this one definitely becomes loop. I can go ahead and mark. Yeah, and actually both of these are either loop or red, for sure. Same pattern as we are somewhat used to at this point. Let's see. If this is the last red, we definitely force this thing to be a U. And we get that this whole U structure is actually... Oh, technically, I guess it could be an L. If this is red, this could be an L. Would still be possible. Uh, yeah, if I make this question mark a 3, it's presumably really forcing, but I'm not actually sure it's even possible. I think that would break because of the double no borders thing. Let's see. If this is red, then this becomes a corner. And we end up with a loop down there like that. Like that, I mean. Let's see. We've almost got these things. Yeah, we have sort of a proof that these two things are the same color. Yeah, in the version where this is red, these are the same color. And in the version where this is loop, it's a loop corner, and it ends up doing that. And I can't connect these two in that universe. Uh, uh, yeah, there's a few different ways to see it. I don't love using any of them so far. Let's see. A clue here is probably a little too on the nose. Uh, uh, oh, right. Yeah, you can't have a clue there. Right. Uh, I could have a clue here, I think, if I wanted. Uh, would force an awful lot of stuff. But I don't know if I'm that instantly thrilled about it. If I make this a 4, it can't go down anymore, right? I think if I make this question mark a 4, I think I say that it can't go down. Because if it did, then it would certainly end up taking more than 4 cells. It would take 5. So I think that works. We can put a 4 here. And now this cell can't be part of the 4. No matter what, right? Which it would be, of course, if this happened, because now there's no way I get to 4 and not 5. 2 of 3 rule with row 6, column 3. Let's do row 7, column 3. So anyway, so I think the loop now doesn't turn that way. So I think the loop goes there. And so now this area is unvisited. So it's red. That was the sort of thing I was going for. And so now this omino has to be an L. It has to look exactly like that. And the line has to leave here. Because of that, I believe. I think all of that is correct. Hopefully. So this is assuredly visited, and this is visited now. And we have to make sure that we don't accidentally create a little loop over here, of course. So like green can't go up twice now. So I think that yeah, green. So this cell now has to be green, because if you look at what happens if green doesn't take this cell, I can't do that. That creates a cell that has to be visited, but I can't visit it. Otherwise, green does this, which forces the loop to close, because remember, the loop's already visited green. So that's always green now. And yeah, I guess the one way to sort of mark this is to mark what Emma says, which is that this cell is not yellow. This is a different color. This is definitely loop. Because if this were yellow, it would mean the loop closed. So this is also definitely visited. That is definitely a good thing to note. And so by the 2 out of 3 rule, this has to go this way. Because of that, agree. So by the 2 out of 3 rule, this cell has to go right now, because if I do that, I force the loop to close. So that has to go right as well. I did that right? Yeah, if this went this way and this way, that definitely doesn't leave anything for this. Okay, and so if that's green now, that doesn't work either. If this is green now, yellow is forced to be a W, but it cuts off. Well, yellow's either forced to be a W that cuts off blue, or forced to be an N that already touches red. That just can't be green. So therefore this cell is visited because it touches green and isn't green. So that cell definitely becomes green. If this cell is green now, I definitely also close the loop. So this cell's not green either. Because if this is green, this is a corner, and now the loop is just forced to zigzag closed, which doesn't work. So that actually is the last green, which is going to put all of those over there and make that a loop corner. Row 9, column 4 always goes right by by the 2 out of 3 rule. Because again, if this doesn't go right, then it does that, and then we again have problems. So this definitely goes like that. So that's really constraining yellow. Because now if yellow takes this, it's forced to do that, because it can't be an eye touching an eye, and I can't veer from a loop cell to a loop cell. That will be bad. Oh, let's see if this does this. AFK says that also was not as clear to me. A yellow P would be revisiting. So they can't do that. Yellow. Oh, you mean, sorry. You're saying regardless of whether yellow did that. Sorry. I agree. Yes. If yellow either does that or it goes up here, in which case then I do this. Sorry, I thought we were talking about my hypothetical where if yellow goes right, then I said it had to be an L, but yellow could also go up. And if yellow goes up, then we end up, I think, with a P, I think. Uh, uh, I think if blue doesn't take this cell, I think we run into a problem where blue runs like this. Yeah, that doesn't work. Yeah, if blue doesn't take this cell, we create an eye touching an eye situation. Sorry, if blue doesn't take this cell, then blue runs along like this under that cell, and now yellow is an eye touching an eye. So blue always takes that cell, which feels powerful. Okay, yeah, this cell's always yellow is the point, because if it's not yellow, then yellow is an N. Just immediately yellow is an N touching an N. So yeah, that is, I guess, a good observation to make. How am I fitting a P here if this isn't blue? I think there's still some flexibility as to how these exactly work, but I think what we've said so far is good. Oh, I was just saying this cell had to be blue. I was saying if this cell isn't blue, then it breaks. So yellow either goes here and then here, or yellow goes a little bit of like that. Yes, if this comes here, then these are both blue, and if this comes here, they're both yellow. So these are either both blue or both yellow, because you just have to decide, does this connect up or down, and whichever way it does, then I think it's forced to do the rest of it, because of the fact that these have to connect within the pentomino, and these have to connect within the pentomino. Yeah, row 3, column 6 is definitely a color that we don't have. We can give it a color just for the sake of clarity. Let's see. And so the yellow coming out over here. Then let's see. Yeah, this cell's also always a new color. I agree. We can make this that color. Yeah, the yellow is L version. The loop doesn't necessarily do that, but the blue running through here, yeah. Let's see. this little thing here. Yeah, we're sort of closing in. We're going to start like I suspect we're going to have like start putting in a clue and have it resolve the entire grid, and then it breaks at the end repeatedly. That is my guess as to what is about to happen. Uh, row 7, column 5, always blue. Otherwise, yellow is trapped. Yes, that is true. If this is not blue, yellow is trapped. I agree with Dorlier. Because if this isn't blue, then these have to be blue at least to get blue out, and then yellow's certainly not a Y. So that's definitely blue. And that can't be blue, right? Oh, maybe blue could be a T in that universe? Yeah, I think blue could be a T in that universe. Excuse me. Oh, or even a Y. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, even a Y. Thank you. Sorry for not getting to my mute mic button. Sometimes I'm good enough to get to my mute mic button. Sometimes I am not good enough to get to my mute mic button. Okay, so if yellow does this, this is something which might connect to that. We could make that the 5 clue. That's certainly certainly a good candidate for it. I certainly think this is an excellent candidate for cells to clue, regardless of what clue we put there. Because this cell, putting a clue here doesn't ruin the deduction about the 1 or any of the like horizontal little trixies that we have done. All of that is still sort of required, and then this being clued would sort of get us there. W would be fun, like if it did that. I'm trying to decide pink being 5. Would pink being a 5 necessarily tell me that it did or didn't go this way? I'm not sure. Pink going up creates interesting combinatorics problems down here. I kind of don't want to clue this cell because I feel like it was an interesting deduction that this wasn't part of green. Because that was sort of creating the mini loop problem. Was the ultimate issue with that one. So funnily enough, these are always 5, right? This is always part of a 5 and a p pentomino, right? Because it's either yellow or blue, and both of those are always going to be p pentominoes with 5 cells visited. Which is strange. In its own little universe. A 5 here, I think, is interesting. Because a 5 here, I think, tells me that this can't be part of blue. Because a 5 here... oh, maybe it could do... Okay, yeah, a 5 here. If this is a 5, what is blue? I guess is the point. It can't be blue anymore, right? So that's actually very interesting. I think making this a 5, because it definitely can't be blue anymore, right? Because there'd be no fifth cell it could take that would be completable as a 5 because of all the various connections that we have. So I think let's try that as our 5. So this is now a new color. Could be, I mean, it's going to be an old color because we've used all the colors. Actually, I haven't used this purple yet. So definitely if it's a 5, it definitely connects like that. Yeah, either blue or yellow is a P. That's certainly true. It feels a little bit hedgy to me. Okay, purple assuredly can't go up, right? Yeah, because of... Oh, maybe it could. Sorry, maybe it's possible. This purple being a 5 is actually... It's funny because purple's a 5, and remember that 5s are sort of restricted, and this one can't be an N, it can't be an L. It might not be able to be a P, depending on how exactly this ends up working out. My reason why I wasn't a big fan of that was that I think it broke one of the earlier... it required cluing a cell that I think earlier we deduced wasn't green in an interesting way. So I wanted to save that. Oh, row 8, not row 9. Ah, this is row 8, right. So this being a 5 in particular... Yeah, I will keep this in mind when this purple breaks. I will try the 5 in row 8. Yeah, if this goes up, I think it's forced to take the shape. Oh, I think if this goes up, I think it just breaks, right? Yeah, if this goes up, it breaks. Because if this goes up now, what is it going to do? Well, it can't take this cell or it won't get all 5s. It's going to have to take there. And now it can't be an N. Oh, it could be a P. It would have to be a P, actually, because the W here would break this. Oh, no, sorry. It wouldn't break that. It could just continue on. Never mind. Sorry. I am completely wrong. Yeah, W link into the red would be okay. Well, you can't have a 5F. I am looking at some sort of clue we could put here. Could we start modestly and just put a question mark clue here and then work to what we want the question mark to be? Thank you, almighty Sudoku maker gods, for allowing me to put a question mark into the puzzle this time. So if these aren't yellow, then this is yellow. And so, for example, if I make this a 3, then it definitely tells me this isn't yellow, which tells me that yellow does that. But yeah, so if yellow doesn't take these, yellow takes this. Let's see. And it being a 5 would be okay, though, right? I don't think it would actually force what happens with yellow by itself. But it being anything other than a 5 actually forces what yellow does. So, sorry, anything other than a 4 or a 5. With 4, the loop could just run through here and yellow could be an L, right? I think a 4 could be yellow if yellow just ran through here. This was unvisited and sky was was blue. I agree. Another possibility is that I think that sky blue could be a Y. So I don't think a 4 clue is super helpful. But a 1, 2, or 3 seems potentially interesting. Let's just try writing 1, 2, 3 in here for now. We can see if one of them is most interesting. Because the 1, 2, 3 here, whichever one we pick, immediately does say that yellow can't grab this cell. Well, I guess it says that blue can't grab these, because if blue grabs these, then yellow grabs this, and it's assuredly not a 1, 2, 3. So yellow has to grab this instead, right? Is the upshot of all of this. So yeah, so this ends up being a corner, so it ends up being yellow. I'm just being extra cautious that I don't accidentally make an incorrect deduction here. So we'd end up with that kind of shape and lots of circles that I can get rid of. Oh, sorry. I should not get rid of that one. I can get rid of that one, though. So blue taking this is interesting because if blue takes it, then it's unvisited. But 3 is interesting because it still allows the possibility that it's blue. It would just be a very specific if it was blue, blue would have to be a Y, though, because blue couldn't be an N, and it can't be a V for sure. So if this is blue... So I guess the point is this cell's always blue now, I guess is the easiest point here. Because if this cell isn't blue, blue's only options are terrible. One of blue's options closes the loop and breaks this clue, and the other is that blue is an N, which it already is touching. So that certainly becomes blue. And so now blue either has to be an N or a Y. Sorry, has to be a Y or an I, is what I meant to say. Yeah, blue can't be an L. So yeah, so this is definitely not blue. I agree. So yeah, either that's blue or that's blue. Do I like the look of this being blue? I don't know yet. I do kind of like this being blue, actually. Kind of want to clue this just to force blue to be a Y, because we don't have a... Oh, we do have a Y. Never mind. Sorry, we do have a Y. It's still more interesting, I think, if this is blue. So let's try just putting a clue here, and then we can see if it breaks or if it does anything interesting. Part of the reason why I think it's most likely to do something interesting is because it does force a couple cells that can't be visited, and cells that are unvisited are always more interesting in Country Road, because now, for example, now this is a corner, like that. Oh, of course, this goes across like that. This needs to be visited for sure. Oh, this connects up. Let's see. Oh, of course, this is a 3 in this universe. I should actually write in. There we go. Right, because if pink takes this cell, then pink becomes a P, and that's not going to work. So pink has to come here. And now, yeah, this cell is just poison. Pink cannot take it. So pink has to take this cell. Sadly, pink does not touch an N. Yeah, I guess this cell being pink would be interesting, but this cell's definitely not pink. So we can give that cell a, I guess, a red hue. Yeah, pink can be a W. Pink is a W or an N. The world where this is a 4 and pink is a W is maybe the most interesting. Oh, yeah, the orange loop continues. That's right. That is very good. And so purple cannot go up. Right. Okay, that is a very good spot. Yeah, Emma. So purple can't go up because then purple would not be 5 loop cells. So purple has to come here, and that has to come here. purple goes here, it also goes there, which seems disastrous, but it's possible. Purple certainly can't come here. So purple can also go up, but if it goes up twice. Funnily enough, both options for what purple could plausibly look like, I think, are somewhat dangerous, because if purple goes this way, we end up with an I, or we end up with an I, and we end up forcing loop to come through this column over here. Oh, yeah, you're right. If purple is a V, so purple is an I, if it's anything, right? Because if purple goes up here, remember it can't be an N because it's touching an N. Oh, it could be a P. Sorry, it could be a P. Right? It could be a P, actually. Sorry, so there's two options, because this one's broken, as Emma points out. So one of the options is that purple is a P that looks like this. The other option is that purple is an I that looks like this, which would be quite something. That's the one I'd prefer, honestly. Is the one where purple does this, because that forces a lot of loopish stuff to happen. Although that might actually give us a divisibility by 5 problem, potentially. It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Do I know whether pink goes here or here, AFK? So how do I break this being a P? I mean, the easiest way is to just put a clue there, right? To force it to be an I. Is row 7, column 7, a corner either way? Right, because purple never comes down. Because if purple comes down, it now has no choices. So yeah, so purple can't come down. So this connection's never made. So this is just a corner. That is a good point. So that always does that. Which now has made this a corner. Oh, right, where the row 10 line assuredly extends, because otherwise we make a very little loop, and we don't want to make a very little loop. It'd be very unfortunate. I was mentally visualizing what happens if this cell isn't red. And I could not get far enough in my head to conclude anything other than that it forces a lot if that cell is not red. So yeah, this really wants to somehow everything wants to be a p pentomino that has 5 cells visited. That seems to be the most preferred shape. Okay, we do have a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5, so we've at least exhausted all of our thing. Yeah, the purple eye option does force a lot with a lot of cute interactions, I think. Of course, one could note this being an X forces a similar amount, probably. this red? Oh, it would have to be like... No, that doesn't work either because it isolates a cell. I think both reds... yeah, that X would block pink. That's true. Yeah, I think both reds would isolate a cell if they were Fs. Unless I am missing... Oh, no, that's right. That option would work. That option would work. Sorry, yeah, there is an option. Yep. Yeah, the bottom one could do that shape. So I suppose... Yeah, if I want to force this to be an F, then I want this to be a 4. Even a 4 doesn't quite do it, though, because it could still be like that 4. Now I've lost. Now I've already lost again. Whether that's the one I want. Because yeah, that would get us a W as well. I don't really want to rule that all shapes have to be used because it feels a little... We did a puzzle with that the other day, and that part was a little... Or maybe we did a puzzle the other day where I was happy that we didn't have to do that. Oh, right. No, it was the really cool ending of the KNT puzzle, because there was sort of at the very end, because that one you couldn't duplicate stuff. I mean, if I just put a question mark here and a question mark here, then it will force most of that. At least some amount. Yeah, this cannot be F, because it would break pink. If you clue row 7, column 8, that's this one. That would certainly, I think, force pink. Yeah, because the clue would then be forced to be pink. Let's see. We still, by the way, have this yellow 1 over here that is forcing our usual loop yellow pair trick. We can just try cluing this and see what happens if it forces, because that would force this to be an I. Or maybe I'd rather clue this to force it to be an I. I think I'd rather clue this cell to force purple to be an I. Yeah, let's try that one. Or that one. AFK actually points out that works equally well, but let's try this one. Because this, remember, the purple can't go up like that. If it goes up, it has to go that way because it can't be an N. And then once it goes this way, it can't be an L. So it forces purple to look like this. And that is interesting because now, remember, in a loop puzzle, every horizontal line needs to be crossed an even number of times, and currently that number is 0. But 0 is not an acceptable number of times for it to cross. So it actually, in order to cross twice, actually forces all of that. And now if I count down here, we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So that's 19 cells, which means these two have to be part of the same omino. And then that's the end of that omino, because of the fact that a group of pentominoes always have size adding up to a multiple of 5. So this is a new omino. It can be orange, I suppose. It's not yellow, I know, because that let's see. Right. These absolutely cannot join, because if they join, then the bottom part of the loop dies. So this grows up again, which then forces that yellow grows here, and the loop goes here. This is probably where it's going to break. Yeah, we're going to have to try very hard to figure out a shape for yellow. Assuredly, this has to be orange. If this is not orange, then I somehow have to fit two pentominoes in here that are each only visited once, which just seems unlikely, to put it mildly. But I don't think I can quite articulate a proof of it yet. But oh yeah, orange definitely can't go left, right? Because right, orange can't. Right, yeah, right. Orange can't take any more cell. So orange is forced to do all of that because the orange portion of the loop is already done. So then it's broken, because yellow can't do that. Okay. Tragedy. I don't remember how much of what was up here was forced before we put in this yellow one, because that was all kind of fun until it broke. So I don't remember exactly what that ended up looking like. Yeah, we put this one clue in yellow here earlier, and I kind of want to delete it, but I have no memory of what it did. Like, I don't know if it's just a little tiny thing that I can delete, or yeah, if you could tell me what the one was even doing, I would appreciate it, because then we could try this without that. Yeah, it definitely helped shape this to some extent, but maybe that was it. But maybe it also shaped this Y over here. I'm not sure. Yeah, the pink Y being part of it would make sense. It stopped it being an L, right? Okay, this is a little bit of this is coming back to me. We can experiment with other options. Yeah, the purple P is also going to do it. Let's see so apparently without the 1, we still did have the shape of the 4 omino. Thank you, AFK, by the way, for doing this. So if we but yeah, the without that, let me try and restore sanity here without this. Okay, so we can get rid of all the color over here, get rid of this cage. Then we did not know that had to go there. We know this has to be visited, of course. So that's what the world looked like. In a loop circle in row 2, column 8, right? Just to remind ourselves. So let's see. So it was there I was trying to put the question mark there, right? Yeah, that was the question mark spot. So let's see if actually this will actually work. It might or might not. So the whole point of that is that it forces purple to go over here, which forces, again, this whole piece of loop. And now we certainly know that we need to make these two be both part of the same omino. These can't join, so this still has to go up at least some amount. And this is a new omino, for sure. I guess technically I could join these. It's technically possible. Oh, but even if I do join these, I still have to take this cell, right? Oh, no, these loop ends can never join. What am I talking about? Yeah, these loop ends can never join. I'm going to get rid of this red for a second. Because if I make this orange, the problem isn't that I can't connect it. The problem is that then if I connect it, then the bottom part of the loop never connects to the higher part of the loop. So I'll make that red, and orange can go up here. Like that. Yeah, so this can be our new color. Yeah, this is still a different pentomino, but we don't necessarily need to immediately grant it personhood in the form of a color. But yeah, we've got sort of our we can sort of identify where our various things are here. So we have sort of like we have a vague idea of exactly where we have a vague idea of exactly, excellent parsing, where everything is up here. Let's see. Yeah, I suspect that we can probably add one clue and have this whole area fix itself now. And then down here, I suspect we're in a similar amount of restriction. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. We can go ahead and give them colors. So row 1, column 9 certainly isn't red or orange. So this is a different one. And then this one certainly isn't red or orange. So we sort of have to grow, and that's it. That's all of them, right? Yeah, that's all of them. And orange, unfortunately, can be an I. So orange could just go straight up like that. row 4, column 6 is yellow. If it's not yellow, the only other thing it can be is red, and that clearly doesn't work, is your point. So yeah, so that's certainly yellow. Now this can be red, I believe. Row 3, column 7 is also yellow. Is it super obvious I don't have a red that looks like that or something? Uh, 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 so definitely not orange or red. Oh, sorry, row 2, column 9. Right, can't be orange, can't be red. Because if this is red, yeah, if this is red, then how on earth are green and orange finishing? Yeah, this can't be red, can't be orange, and certainly can't be yellow. So this stuff definitely has to be green. I agree with that assessment. If I put a 2 here, I think it's kind of interesting, actually. I think it does a lot of the region building. I mean, it might break, but I think it does a lot of the region building. Let's try it. Because in this instance, now this can't be green. So that's, and these can't be green. So these can't be green, so they're all orange in particular. It makes this green. It means the loop leaves green here. And now, maybe it doesn't actually do much else. Oh, well, this is right. This is not green. So this has to be right. This has to be yellow, and it breaks, right? Because this can't be red anymore. Yeah, this breaks. Yes, it does force yellow to be a Z, but it also forces red to be a nothing. Or the loop crashes and burns or whatever. So yeah, that doesn't work. No big surprise that it does not work. So yeah, just in general, if this cell is yellow, oh no, that's possible this cell's yellow, but if this cell is yellow, it definitely connects directly to pink, I guess is the point. Let's see. Yeah, we basically need like one clue in the top and one clue in the bottom to force everything, is my suspicion. I don't know exactly what clue. Oh, Z can't even touch Z anyway, right? So yeah, so this definitely isn't yellow. Is it obviously not red? Yes, I think it's obviously not red. Uh, so I think this is always green, actually. Uh, because yeah, in order to make this red, I can't make enough room to finish 2 ominoes up here because that's only 9 cells. So this can only be green. Uh, so now this can probably only be orange. Uh, yeah, this certainly can't be red. So yeah, so that's certainly now orange. Which now finishes that. Why was that cell not yellow? Yellow couldn't get to it. Uh, uh, I don't think it's forced that orange is an I yet, is it? Uh, 6-cell L's are not valid. It turns out, yes, that 6-cell L's are not valid. Uh, uh, could green even be an F? I think green could actually be an F. Uh, 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 that looks plausible to me. Uh, so yeah, 4 clue here would definitely make that orange for what it's worth. Uh, let's see. Yeah, avoiding 6-cell pentomino seems a little fancy for a Zeta puzzle. Uh, let's see. I don't think it's ever occurred to me that I think that's actually even possible. Oh no, that's definitely not possible. Never mind. Don't listen to me. That's very not possible. That would leave this part of the cell unvisited. So do not take seriously my claim that that might be possible. Yeah, that creates a bad mini loop situation. Uh, let's see. Oh, this always does that rather than that. Uh, uh, let's see. If this is pink, then this is a V. And then that's an I and a P. Uh, uh, boop, boop, boop. Oh, that would be an eye touching an eye. Right. Yeah. If this is pink, yes. Okay. Yes. If this is pink, then this becomes a V, which forces an eye touching an eye. Very good. Okay. Yeah. So that's not pink. So that is pink, and we've got our W. Go us. Okay. And this we know is not yellow. Oh, do I know it's not red? Maybe I don't know it's not red. This might actually connect to that red. Uh, if so, I think it's a Y. But that's probably okay. Uh, uh, So yeah, I don't think I know for sure that this is a new creature. Yeah, we still have we still have the potential for an F down here, and we still have the potential for an F up here. I think our hopes of an X are pretty well gone. In case you were holding out clue, F doesn't work anymore in red. I don't see it. I don't see why it doesn't work. I'm not claiming that I'm not claiming that it does. So yeah, it would put a V down here. And yellow would be an F touching an F. It breaks because it makes an F touch an F. That's insane. The other F orientation should work, though. The other one, let's see. I think you said what cells it was. Row 7, column 8. Row 8, column 8 and 9. And row 9, column 7 and 8. That doesn't work because... row 9, column 7 and 8. Oh, I did this wrong. It's that one. Sorry, it's that one. I can't count, as we are learning very well today. That does look plausible to me as a potential... oh no, it forces a Y touching a Y. Because the yellow then has to be a Y, and there's no you end up with a Y touching a Y business. Someday, if I do enough pentomino puzzles, I'll understand when I'll have the issue that two of the same shape will end up being forced to touch. Like, we did that whole puzzle about that. I think that was a Meme Rister puzzle. It was like a Spiral Galaxy pentomino puzzle where like the ultimate punchline was something about that, but anywho, let's see. What can we force up here or down here? I guess I don't really care whether we force it up here or down here because this is quite separate at this point, exactly how this ends up working. Let's see. So the top half is actually forced. Bifurcated it completely. Oh, wonderful. I guess at least it is. At least it has a solution. I guess I should be happy about. Oh, it looks from your screenshot that you sent me that there's that you used a bifurcation marker in exactly the way that I do when I do these things. Let's see. So yes, solutions are good. We like solutions. So the circle that you maybe your circle is not a bifurcation marker. I usually like put a circle on the grid at the point where I start doing something. The circle is just a loop cell. I see. Okay. Uh, I think a 3 in this cell might force cleanly the arrangement. Uh, if I just put a 3 here, uh, I guess that would break the earlier deduction about this being a Y and not an L. So maybe I want to do it slightly better than that. Uh, let's see. Is there some other way to do that? Like if I make this a 3, uh, does that do anything? Let's see. So if I make this cell a 3, uh, does that work? So it can't actually be orange is the point, I guess, or is part of the point, I guess, because if it's orange, maybe actually it could be orange looking like this with that being a P. Never mind. Sorry, there might be a possibility here that is possible. Let's see. Okay, so maybe that being a 3 is not sort of immediately useful. Uh, uh, if I make this question mark a 5, that definitely makes it yellow. I think I like that. Because if this question mark is a 5, it certainly can't be red anymore. Because red's already sort of red in connecting to here. There's no way a 5th cell is red. So I kind of like that actually as a thing. I don't know how much the fact that this was a question mark before. I don't think it was really used, that it was sort of mysterious. Because that makes this yellow, which then forces the loop to do that. And then forces that to also be yellow, for sure. So that starts to make some things do that. Why, what? Oh, I missed a possibility of a yellow. Oh yeah, yellow could do that. Right. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, the yellow could do that. Uh, Dagnammit. Uh, yeah, and yellow can definitely be a P as it currently sits. Oh, this cell, Ron says, can only be yellow. Uh, I think actually the red. I don't think the red Z here actually really obviously breaks to me. I'm trying to understand actually why the red Z is not an additional solution past AFK's solution. Like that looks to uh uh oh oh AFK's solution has a Y touching a Y. I see. That is a problem. Uh, but I actually don't see why this version doesn't work with an F and everything. Uh, so let's just fill this in and see why this doesn't work. So I suppose I had better do that. Oh yeah, this stupid edge here. Yep, that's a problem. Okay. Yep. No. Yep. The red connects, and this connects, and it's all great except for this. So yeah, I think this is actually provided AFK has bifurcated the other stuff, and I think probably AFK has not missed a solution, so we might actually be out of solutions, which is unfortunate. But let's see. So we can rewind back to where we forced this I, sadly. Uh, we can try and experiment with other options. Uh, 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 yeah. The error of not noticing that a Y touches a Y is much easier than the error of missing things. Yeah. Ron, I'm here using the fact that AFK graciously solved this whole thing. So so yeah, so we're gonna be back to the purple being a P and see how that works. So we're gonna need a question mark here of some sort would be the most easy way to force that. Because now purple has to come here, and purple can't go here. It makes a V touching a V, which is very cool. So end up there. It's forced to connect like that. This is now a corner. Could move the question mark one cell right. I suppose that's true. That would be cuter. Because of the fact that, remember, this could not be an L or a Y. So if it came over here, it had to go there. Row 4, column 7. Right. Because we can't... don't close the loop. Let's see. And so I can't make red a P, which is interesting. So if I make so that cell has to be red, right? Yes, I think this cell has to be red. Because if this cell is not red, then red either has to be a P, which it can't be, or a Z, which it can't be, I think. Not saying I love that as a deduction, but I think it's true. That's true. We could put the 1 back as well. That might we might want to do that. But I think yeah, I guess the easiest thing to start with is if this isn't red, then red definitely is a Z, which is just not allowed to be, or oh, it could be an L actually. Sorry, I was saying something silly. No, it could be an L. Yeah, red L works. Okay. Anyway, let's try putting the 1 back where the 1 was previously, which was here, I think. Which was done to force that this is sort of a pentomino that's different from this pentomino. And so this pentomino has to grow, well, ultimately to take that cell, and so it takes all of that as well. And so we end up with that sort of structure, I believe. Now, this cell can't be blue because if this cell is blue, remember this cell is either green or this is either green or loop because of this 1. And so neither green nor loop can be blue because if this is the loop connecting, we get a mini loop. So we end up with this connecting over here. Like that. Okay, so now we're back similar to where we were, except now we've got this happening. A whole new world, if you will. Would it be more interesting if we force this not to take this corner? Like if we make this a smaller number, then it might be forced not to. Row 3, column 8 must be loop as 3 ends in the square. Right. Whichever way this connects, if I just look at these 3, whichever of these connects, the other is forced to go here. So this is always loop. I will delete some stray circles that are no longer needed. I don't know how many times I've deleted those circles, but it's a lot. And so in particular, if green grows this way, then we're going to create a really nasty situation, aren't we? Yeah, if green grows this way now, green is that Z, which is a big problem because it creates a 6-cell pentomino. So green can't go this way anymore. Because, yeah, if green grows this way, that means this is something else. So that something else has to come down here. So green certainly can't go over there. Green can't run into this question mark. So green ends up with that shape, and I end up with a 6-cell pentomino. Yeah, I think it's even worse, actually. I think it's not only does it force a P, I think it forces an invalid shape. Okay. Okay. Green surely I think green can't come here either. But maybe. Because I need another loop crossing in this row. There's only one currently. So one of these has to go down. So if green goes there, this definitely goes down. But the problem is actually if green comes here, it can't also take that because that would force green to be a P. So if green comes here, so green always grows there is I guess the point. Because if green does not take this cell, then green is forced to be this W that ends the loop's ability to ever get down. So green definitely takes that cell. So yeah, the various combinations now are maybe more than my brain can keep track of, but I like that one at least. These aren't both green for sure. For what it's worth. Uh, uh, Right. Okay. Yeah. So if green doesn't go down again, it's forced into one of those unpleasant shapes. Right. 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 The things we were just sort of looking at, like there's a few possibilities for green, but none of the possibilities for green allow green to escape going here. I agree with that assessment. And of course, green can't go there. So green is always an I or a Y. Green can't come here because it'll force a mini loop, right? If green comes here, I create a corner that doesn't work. So green doesn't go there either. So that's not green. Green here works, right? Yeah, the question mark is definitely loop. I agree. I think that green Y, I think, works. At least in theory. It at least passes the very fundamental thing. Yeah, otherwise green is I. So yeah, so either that happens or that happens, because we're going to create a corner down here one way or another. Row 8, column 10 is always loop. Row 8, column 10, right? Because it's either, yeah, so this is definitely always loop. I agree with that. Okay. Yeah, red would be an L, this would be an F, and then that would be the Y, I think is the combo that might conceivably work here. Yeah, I don't think it was a thing that we could resolve like that earlier. I do like that combo if it actually works. Let's bifurcate for a second and see if it actually works. If this combo actually works, that would be cool. Let's see. That would come down here. Come down there. At least naively, that looks like it works, right? I don't see any obvious reason why this does not work. Yeah, it seems likely. Okay, so let's try and force this, because then that'll get us an F in there. And everybody loves a good F. Question mark, question mark, question mark. So oh, sorry. This was basically trying to force that. So what clue will force that arrangement? course, it's possible that arrangement is already forced. I mean, I guess I could just clue this cell, right? Yeah, so if we just clue this cell, then it will certainly force that. So then we've just got to be careful that we don't do anything too strange. So these will be in the same region. So this will have to come down here because it doesn't have anywhere else it can go. And then that'll be a corner. And so now this is that, which then forces that to be that, which then forces this to be this. Yeah, and red now doesn't have enough room to be anything but the L, because if red tries to start later, red can't possibly escape the fate of being entirely on the line, and if it tries to start any later, then it just never finishes. So all of that ends up being red. We end up with at least these all being something. Yeah, so we've got to be careful with all of these question marks that can't be the same clue. Because I think that might... it's forced to take row 5, column 9 as well, because if it does not... if it does not, then it becomes an L, right? Okay, yeah, so it's forced to take this. And then so it's either going to be a boring W or an exciting F. But actually, I don't think we know which of those it is, right? The fact that there are exactly 3 pentominoes left, right? Oh, there's sort of like every pentomino left is either one of these 3 or we've got these 2. Yeah, pink still needs its 5th cell. Right. This loop assuredly cannot go up, because that would force the loop to close. I guess basically just this cell is never loop. And so if this cell was loop, the loop would close. So this loop always goes down. I agree with that assessment. Now, this definitely can't go up. So it goes down, which then actually forces now that pink actually is a W. Because otherwise it would be re-entered. So now this is at most a 2. Yeah, it's certainly not a 1. This now is a 2, because these 2 are in the same region. If I assume everything here is to be taken literally, these 2 are in the same region, these 2 are in another region. Oh, wait, sorry. I was assuming that blue wasn't F. Sorry, this could be a 5W. Sorry, they, yeah, so sorry, I was forgetting about this, this thing. So yeah, so this could still be that. Which is probably a better option. Okay, if it's an F, it breaks because then I end up with this coming down. Yeah, then this can't get to enough cells, right? Yeah, if this is not if this is not part of dark blue, uh, then that's dark blue, and now this is forced to come down, and it can't take any more line cells, and so then it has to be exactly that. But that's absurd. That doesn't work. So this is dark blue, in fact. Uh, so now this is something. Maybe I want to get rid of that red for a second and just say, this is something. The something, yeah, red. Yeah, red can't go right because red could never hope to join that. This is so this is not red, so we can make it kind of silly purple. If this is not purple, then we run into the same issue of it has to cut off that because of the fact of the thing. Let's see. If that isn't purple, then we still run into the problem that it doesn't work. So that's also purple. Now, we've got one more omino that this is definitely a member of, right? Or this is definitely a member of, if you want. In fact, actually, both of these have to be part of that, as well as that. Yeah, Emma says, yeah, all three of these are part of my my new omino. Um, let's see, I'm double checking. Yeah, I think that's what it's gonna be. I don't think. I guess it can be a U. Actually, it can be a U, with that being a Y, unless I'm missing a contact point. That being a Y and this being an L, I think that does actually work. Uh, so I think it can be a U. Uh, uh, let's see if that's blue, then blue is an L. And then this can't be red anymore, but what the fuck else is it? Yeah, so this is not this is definitely so this is definitely purple. And now if that's purple, oh, we could do P and N, I think, if that's purple. Uh uh row 9, column 10. Okay, let's see. So if I make purple a 5, then that can't be purple anymore. Because purple couldn't visit both of those because of the geometry of it. So I think making this a 5 might force the U option. Because now that can't be purple, right? L would still work, but this can't be purple anymore, right? This now has to be red. I think. Oh, it could be. It could even be blue, right? It could be blue with a V. Okay, right. Okay. Oh, right. No, sorry. The blue doesn't work because blue does force an L touching an L. So it's not blue. It can't be purple. So it's red. And also assuredly makes the line come over down here. Okay, and so so that as the last red cell works. So we're going to get a U either way. It's just a question of which U we get, because if that's the last red cell, then blue is a U, right? This is always blue now, right? This has always been blue for forever, right? I've just never marked it. So yeah, so there's so there are options. Do I know if these connect? We've hit the part where my brain is waning. Let's see. So if red looks like this, does it break? Is that the question? No. I see what it would look like. But our desired outcome is still possible if we put a clue in the bottom left. I think the clue in the bottom left that we want is a 4. I think that will do it, right? Because now purple certainly has to take that. So now red has to take that. Blue has to take that. Blue, this cell now can't be visited, so the loop has to do that and that. And that that connects like that. And I think that does it. Right? That seems legitimate. Pink has a 5 clue in it. Now, is it possible that one of these clues is now redundant and that we've overclued this? That's possible. But I think that works. Quick scan. Does anyone see any pentominoes that are touching the same pentomino? Uh, or any border rule violations on the country road. I guess I should just highlight everything that's not visited by the loop real quick. Those are, oops, wrong button again. Those are not visited. Those are not visited. That's not visited. That's not visited. That's not visited. Those aren't. Those aren't. Those aren't. That one's not. Okay, I think we're good on the country road side of things. And see, I don't see any ominoes touching the same omino. I don't see any pentominoes that have 6 cells or anything of that sort. Let me take a screenshot and send it to Tristan, as I so often do. Let's see. Yep. Okay, I'm just curious what this looks like blank. Is always one of the things I am curious about. So if I select everything and just delete the color and then delete the loop, how oppressive does this look? Yeah, it's always a question of like, does it have like 8,000 million clues everywhere, and is it super obvious exactly what it's going to look like at the end? And I don't think, looking at this, that it is super obvious what it is going to look like at the end if you take this. So I'm happy on that front as well. That this ended up looking, I think, quite nice. Let me also send a link to this, even though there you go. I'm not intrinsically a minimalist person. I mean, I like things that don't have clues everywhere because it's a good form of telegraphing, but I'm not really like a miracle Sudoku person. So like I like there to be enough clues that I feel like I have something to look at, but not so many that that it looks oppressive yet. But I think I am happy with this. I will have to test it later. I still have the puzzle from the last setting stream. I have like the there's a thing at the bottom right that is a little fiddly that I haven't quite been happy with. So if you're curious why I've not published that one, and that's why, is because I'm sort of figuring out exactly what to do with that. Let's see. How many question marks are there? There are 3 question marks. I think I'm okay with keeping the question marks. I'll have to write in the rules what question marks mean. But I think it's okay to have in the rules that question marks indicate an unspecified pentomino. One rule I considered at one point is to do this where the rule is that 2 pentominoes with the same country road clue also can't touch, which does all sorts of absolute nonsense in terms of geometry. So like the 5-5 thing would work. Could this be a question mark? It's possible that this could be a question mark. No, because I think maybe actually it could be a question mark. Yeah, I can certainly rework the pentomino verbiage. Okay, so people seem fairly confident that this could have just been a question mark. That would have still forced the loop if this was just a question mark and not because pink had a 5 in it, so pink was still going to have to bend around. The loop was still going to have to bend this way because of that. Okay. There we go. Okay, so we'll send it over again. Bottom blue now question mark. There we go. I try and write notes to myself so that I don't forget, but then I will forget anyway. Yeah, more ambiguity. More. Please don't try and start this puzzle at the lower right of the grid. Yeah, this puzzle needs a name as well. Does anyone have any city names that have 5 letters in them? It feels like this is a city name with 5 letters kind of puzzle. Let's see. I'm sure there is a city name somewhere in the world with 5 letters. Tokyo. There we go. Tokyo. Done. Uh, uh, I suppose Omaha is more country if we're talking about country roads. Uh, uh, but yeah, very nice. Okay, I'm happy with how this came together. Ames, nice. Shout out to all the Iowans. Uh, uh, yes, I'm amazed how many Midwesterners there end up being around here. I appreciate the local flavor as well as I feel like somehow my viewership is both has more people that are near to me than one would expect, and more people that are as far away as possible on the other side of the world from me than I would expect. And I enjoy that combination. Uh, all right, but I think that is going to be it for today's stream. So thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you, everyone, for keeping me company. And finally, did this. Yes, I am in the Midwest. I'm in Iowa. So thank you, everyone. I think I'm very happy with this, and I say that until I discover that there's something wrong with it. But so far, I think I'm very happy with how this came out. I've been trying to make this puzzle for months. So thank you all for helping with that. And thank you to everyone who supports the stream. If you want to support the stream, you can do so by hitting the join button down below. I really do want to stream another Isle of Sea and Sky because I really liked that one. It just sort of turned out that then I was busy like every day for a bit. So I have not gotten back to it, but I have not played it off stream. So it is still a possibility that I will stream more. I did really enjoy Isle of Sea and Sky. It is, I think, my favorite game I've streamed other than The Looker so far. But the Looker is going to be difficult to beat. By the way, Magic ZNY, you're welcome to talk about puzzles or post puzzles that you want help with in the Discord channel. Plenty of people there will have a look at it. Yeah, the Looker was fantastic. If you've not watched the Looker stream or played it, and you have any fondness or hatred of The Witness, then I really recommend the Looker stuff because it is just perfect. So I greatly encourage that. Anyway, last but not least, thank you to all my turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and DDX. Thank you, everyone, for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.